All right, we are going to go ahead and continue on with where we left off last time in Control. So we jumped back up to Executive. And so now we're ready to go back down to find or to see what or the ordinary AWE thing is. I think yeah, transit corridor. Let's go see what happens next. Yeah, because I cleared this out. Or I cleared it because it was all goofy looking. Hey, a level 6 here. See what's behind. I can walk through this. Wait, I can walk through this. I don't know why it acted weird for a minute there. It's like I've been inoculated from the mold. The only thing I haven't been able to go to yet is what do you call it? That one red corridor down by the cafeteria. So I'm not sure what triggered that that I don't know, weird attack marker. All right, so go down to actually, let's see, is there anything down here? Nothing. What, anything up there? Oh no, never mind. I've been up there before. The ordinary dump site. So I guess that's talking about. Oh, so the dump site over there. Uh-oh.
There's gotta be a way to rotate things. Maybe there's a control panel nearby.
These ones in the chair aren't as bad as the free floaters. I mean, my accuracy still sucks, but they're not as bad. It looks like we got one of those floating, or not floating, the spiky ball things. One moment. Do something real quick here. Sorry, just a second. Sorry, just one moment. All right, sorry. All right, so we got the one guy over there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. I wonder if there's any more of those. All right, just looking around, seeing if there's anything over there. I see a control room up there.
There's gotta be a way to rotate these tracks.
Oh, I wonder if I can go back
Maybe
to...
there's a control panel nearby.
Oh, okay, control panel. The bridge operator, yeah, that would make sense where I need to go. That one is over there, ready to go. Moldmen are going to be up here, I have a feeling. See what this says. Guess who just had to inspect an inbound delivery of like 100 teensy little tiny boxes? Me, that's who. And you know what was inside each one? A single human tooth. Well, I don't know. Would you rather have to, have a whole bunch of teeth in one big box, or a whole bunch of boxes with one tooth each? I don't know. I think I'd almost rather have the multiple boxes with only a few teeth. All right. Well, I mean, I know how to do the turntable, but I'm not sure how to open the doors. Well, it clearly says there. I mean, I don't see that sign over there. And so maybe those open up later. All right, well, let's go forward then. Ooh, health boost, huh? I don't think it's gonna be any more than I have here. 27? No. Definitely not that one. That's 22. Trash that. Trash that. Get rid of that. Headshot gains. I doubt I'll ever use that. That's 39, that's 40. 12, 21. All right. What's down here? Where is this going? I mean, is this where you want me to go? Yeah, it must be. Yeah, it looks like the door might be stuck. Can I, like, can I move this? Use the force? I'm guessing it has to be opened up from the other side, so maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. Oh. What? Where? I think that's the invisible thing. No, that wasn't bad. Oh, I gotta come that way also, I guess. Alright. Huh. Is there a, how does one get into there? Huh. Makes me wonder about that one. Can I demolish the wall? Oh, can I? No way. I was just joking. I didn't realize I could actually demolish the wall and get in there. All right, that's cool. Alright, so we're about to, I think we're about to come up in the ordinary AWA, visit our hometown. That's a helicopter. No, that's a plane. I know there's gotta be. Yeah, this almost looks like a seaplane type of thing. It's one. There's a second one there. Third one there. Is there a fourth one over here? No, this is the stairs. Oh, missed. Missed. Oh, never mind. There's already one there. Oops, sorry. Oh, there's one. What did that do? Anything in the plane? So this looks like a plane that would, you know, like be sort of like a small seaplane, dual propeller. Looks like there's a engine missing there. Possible observation point right here. Now I don't know if someone will be standing up here while the plane's flying, or if there's a bubble up here. Good place to hide though if we get ambushed. Alright, let's go up to the let me just double check, make sure I didn't miss anything here. This was just a bunch of noodle, power cube, and a loot box. Anyone else? Okay, now anyone else? Sorry, one moment. Excuse me. Airplane evaluation. The airplane in question has been brought in from a private airfield located in the town of Redacted, Cincinnati. It is suspected to be connected to the Redacted AWE, presumably ordinary since this is where we're at. See case file redacted for details, and is being evaluated for alter status. The plane is currently being stored in the transit corridor in the containment sector, brought there through the New York subway tunnel. Special access redacted for more information on tunnel redacted, and links to urban legends centered on ghost stations, abandoned tracks, and redacted C 412 45 21. The plane's black box is currently being evaluated for redacted, and initial readings have been taken by a research team, though no alter status has yet been detected. That is... I don't remember. Did I see this one before?
Ordinary. So much coming together in this one case. A new object of power, something we have not seen before. I mean, coming from me, that's saying something. And the boy, Dylan Faden.
I think I did.
Crime Candidate 6.
Yeah, I saw this one before. You know what that noise is? That's one of those. That's one of those spiky, fluctuating ones. See what this entails, or this item here is. AWE Stage 1 Dump. Witness testimony. The first slide was a room with dirty wallpaper and dolls on a shelf. There were lots of dolls. Dylan Faden. The house was empty. No one lived there. We played in there a lot. It was our secret playhouse. This is for me during a therapy session. I went to school with Neil. Some kids called him Nosebleed Neil, likely Neil Hosenberg, missing. It was mean. He had asthma. Tom, likely Tom Barlow, missing, and his gang, Freddy, likely Frederick Barwell, missing. Hugo, known by this name, was found in public record, bullied him. We brought Neil to the dump to play, Dylan Faden, and confirmed the existence of additional slide designated house. Yeah.
listening to America Overnight, celebrating 29 years shining a light in the shadows. Thanks for staying with us. Here's our first caller.
Hi. What I'm about to tell you, if they found out, I don't know.
If who found out, brother?
The men in the suits. They told me it was an industrial accident, but this is something else. Something nobody talks about. Ordinary.
This certainly doesn't sound very ordinary, caller.
No, not ordinary. Ordinary. It's a town. And it wasn't an industrial accident. I mean, that's what they said, but that's bullshit.
Whoa, please watch the language, caller. It may be 2 a.m., but we're still a family show.
I'm sorry. It's just, my brother was there. They said the town was destroyed, but it wasn't. I went there. The people are gone, but the town's there. It's still there.
So the population of an entire town disappears, yet the town remains. Tell me, was the phrase, "there is no salvation," written anywhere?
I'm not sure.
The same thing happened in Brazil in 23, a village called Rio Verde. More than 600 people just up and left. The government said they were fleeing guerrilla forces, but we know the truth. A mass abduction, as predicted by my regular guest, Dr. Quincy Reagan.
Abduction? You mean aliens? That's bullshit! I know they're lying!
Now, I warned you about the language, caller. I'm afraid we're gonna have to cut you off. And good timing, too. It's time for a short break. Hang on there. America Overnight will be
It's
right
bullshit. Okay, let's go ahead and get this one real quick.
There is a curious correlation with the yet unknowable forces intruding upon our world in the form of altered world events. These forces gravitate toward archetypal objects, a gun, a television, a supposedly haunted house. So clearly humanity affects this process. Our collective unconscious is a map of sorts. We hold the key, but we don't know how to use it.
Yeah, I just
Create
noticed
these
the reels aren't
archetypes
spinning.
through everyday life, popular culture, urban legends, but we are observing and influencing a complicated system in action. We can change the likelihood of something being a receptacle for these forces just by thinking about it. But we haven't found a method to control the outcome. And yet, there's something unique in us, in our dreams, in the conceptual reality with power with our minds. What's the cause and what's the effect? Are we the starting point or just a necessary evil in this? A byproduct, a reflection, a projection? We'll struggle to find the answers to these hard questions, or die trying.
Okay. Ordinary summary. An AWE occurred in the town of Ordinary, caused by an object of power, slide projector, OP-15, discovered by local children at the dumps outside town. When a specific set of slides are used in the projector, the projected images open doorways to other dimensions. Multiple slides were used by the children, resulting in the disappearance of the town's adult population. On August 30th, 2002, siblings Dylan Fadden, 10 years old, CP6 materials, and Jesse Fadden, 11 years old, CP7 materials, were playing at the local dump when they found a discarded slide projector. See OP15 case file and Darling presentation redacted for details. Excuse me. A team led by Director Trench and Dr. Darling arrived at the site on September 14th. So almost 2 weeks later. The AEWE had ended, but the team found the Fadden children, who led them to the slide projector and the slides, which had been buried with the exception of one. Betsy escaped when the agents attempted to detain the pair. In total, 17 surviving individuals were found in the town. All of them were brought in for questioning and tests. See interviews redacted and Prime Candidate program files redacted. Well, so they mentioned something about the entire adult population. So, was everyone that survived all children? We're in AW Stage 2. After what happened at school to Mrs. Chester, we started spying on Tom and saw where they took the projector. Dylan found an interview. Tom and his troglodytes were using the Sled Hill Cave as their headquarters. That's where the projector was. They'd been using the temple slide, we called it. Or excuse me, we call it that, but really it was a broken concrete thing, like a warehouse or bomb shelter or something. Very dark. The not mother lived there with her babies, children, I don't know. The not mother lived there with her babies, children, I don't know. She was feeding Tom and the others her milk. They were changing into little monsters. We called them dung monkeys. Unconfirmed existence of an additional side temple. Unconfirmed existence of an entity named Not Mother.
Annual evaluation of Dylan Faden, formerly P6, performed by Dr. Carla Vaughn. The questions asked here correspond to the 5th iteration of the Gunner's psychological assessment. Are you ready, Dylan? Let's begin then. In a single word, describe the world around you.
Where's Casper?
Dr. Darling is out of the building today.
He's never out. He didn't want to come, did he? He never visits, not since Roberts. Tell Darling it wasn't my fault. I couldn't control it yet, but I can now. I learned. Will you tell him?
In a single word, describe the world around you.
A prison. A cold, empty prison. Not even a poster on the wall.
What is the next number in the sequence 3, 6, 9, 12, 15?
18.
18.
What day is it today?
How the hell would I know? It's not like you give me a calendar.
You find a rabbit in the woods. It is breathing, but not moving. You cannot see any blood. What do you do?
Leave it.
Expand on that.
It doesn't matter. The rabbit's not real. None of it's real.
What day is it today?
Do you enjoy asking people questions that can't be answered? Is this what gets you up in the morning? What you dreamed of doing as a scared, stupid little girl?
Can you describe a dog to me?
In ordinary, we had a friend. Nosebleed Neil. And when it all went crazy, you know what I mean. Nosebleed Neil turned into a dog. Or something like a dog.
What day is it tomorrow?
Fuck off! I don't know! There is no calendar! How can I fucking know?
Dylan, calm down.
Fuck you! Fuck you and fuck Casper! Hey! Are you watching this, you old fuck? Did you send your bitch because you're too scared of me? Where is Casper?
Security, get a team in here. I need...
I wonder if she survived the encounter, because after what happened to Roberts, which was kind of gruesome, so now this is taking me over towards, well, see, I'm confused, because, okay, when you looked at the sign at the turntable, okay, the left question mark set was to, I don't think it's at Sanctuary, but it went to a different AWE. Then to the right was the AWE, or Ordinary Landfill AWE, and then straight ahead was Ordinary AWE. So I'm confused on, oops. I don't know why. I don't know, it just seems odd. AWE Stage 1B. The second slide we call the meadow, but it was just an empty lot with a bunch of weeds. There was a shack and a phone line. It smelled like flowers there. It was powerful, intoxicating. We had crazy dreams there. It must have been because of the smell. I didn't like it. Didn't like losing control. In the dreams, everything was melting, and then when we come out, everything had melted around the projector. Neil was really into it. We found out he'd been coming there more and more on his own. Then Tom beat the secret out of Neil and found the projector. He and his goons took it. We thought Neil had got lost inside the meadow when Tom changed the slide, but that's not what happened. Unconfirmed existence of additional slide designated meadow.
Let's see what they have on ordinary.
Oh.
It's all here. Our home, our school, the woods, the dump.
Well, I mean, it's just a replica, or a model of sorts. Sorry, one moment. All right. Now, the problem is, I don't want to knock this place down. Well, I guess we're going to destroy the stage. I was going to try not to. Well, the good news is if I leave this area and come back, it'll all be fixed. Oh shit! Damn it. Okay, I'll give you that. You got me on that one.
We found the slide projector in the dump outside town.
Ooh, damage
They
boost.
recreate.
Damage boost 26. Ah, damn it, that's less. But I can. Yeah, I could put on a shotgun, maybe. I don't know exactly what these extra projectiles fired do. We'll consider putting on the shotgun.
Is that where they keep it?
Well, you know what? Because there could be something hidden in one of these houses. Let's go ahead and obliterate this town. Maybe there's something in the house. Hey, yeah, this would be a good time for a shotgun. It's so much fun obliterating things. And like I said, the beauty of it is the house is good at fixing things. Tom and the others had gotten worse, scarier. The math teacher, Mrs. Chester, tried to make them listen, and they pushed over a piano on her, broke her leg. Okay, so it must have been one of those pianos I remember in school that were basically just the stand-up ones. Then Tom bashed her head in. Bye, Mrs. Chester. I always liked her. I liked math. Yeah, that actually sounds the way he would talk. That was the tipping point. It was Lord of the Flies level bad. I remember that book. The grown-ups realized something was wrong. The police came and literally dragged Tom and Hugo and the others away. Tom was screaming that the not mother would make them all go away. They enacted a curfew for every kid in Ordinary. Mom and Dad were pissed, asking us about the dump, about everything. I remember wanting them gone, like Tom had said. When we woke up the next morning, pretty much all the adults had just vanished. Was I responsible? Did I don't know. Disappearance of majority of Ordinary population confirmed to result from the slide projector related AWE.
They say when you visit your childhood home, everything feels small. Like a miniature, not real. They got that right.
This is stage 1, ground 0. This is, I guess, their representation of the dump. Then stage 2, I guess, expanded from the dump out to maybe, I guess, the woods right before the town. And then stage 3, not sure what this building here outlined in orange is representing, because unfortunately I obliterated it before looking to see if it had any recognizable symbols. Same thing with that building there. Stage 3 expanded out this far. And then I wonder if this here is our house, because it was the only orange house here, and this is stage 4. We haven't read the stage 4 notes yet. And according to what I just read, stage 3 took out most of the. That's when the research and records. So 1A was basically the dump. 1B is still part of the dump, just a little bit expanded past it. 2 is the Sled Hill Caves. So Sled Hill Caves is somewhere between here and here. Presumably maybe where this X is here. And then did it again. Records and research. 3 is the public school. So I wonder if this and or this are the public schools, possibly. And so I think 4 is going to be titled the Fadden House, maybe. That would be my guess, just because I don't know. We'll find out once we find number 4. Anything else in here? There's an office that I can get into, obviously not from here. But it looks like there's an office. So I know I can at least get into that office because there's a whatchamacallit in there. Alright. Let's go up to the dump site.
mentioned a poem last time we talked. By Thomas Zane?
Yes. Beyond the shadow you settle for, there's a miracle illuminated.
I looked the poem up. Only I couldn't find any poet by that name. I did find a European filmmaker who moved here in the 60s, named Thomas Zane.
What? I don't...
No matter. It suits you very well. The poem. How you see things. Maybe you wrote it yourself?
I didn't.
No matter. You've said a few times that you feel like there's a piece of you missing. Can we talk about that?
Okay. Yeah, it's this... I feel an emptiness, a yearning for something that I think I lost.
It's natural for you to feel that way. Your brother and your parents are dead.
No! No, Dylan's not dead. And that's not even it.
You're referring to the imaginary friend from your childhood?
Polaris, she's come back. After a long time, she's calling me. In a dream I saw, she showed me things.
Jesse.
It felt more real than anything. As real as what happened in Ordinary.
The industrial accident in your hometown that you believe Polaris caused.
No, it wasn't an accident. There was no industrial accident, and Polaris didn't cause it. She saved me and Dylan.
Jesse.
No! It was a cover-up. The government knows about it. There were agents there. Agents from... I don't know exactly, but they took Dylan. I'll find them. I won't stop looking. Polaris wants me to go to New York. There's a building there. I have to leave soon. I have to be there at a very specific time. Something hugely important is going to happen.
Jesse, you know we can't let you go until you're well. And that begins by understanding what's real and what's imagined.
Yeah, interesting, huh? Well, I think the psychiatrist was part of the Bureau. I think she was working for the Bureau. This is number 4. Ordinary supplement. Details are largely based on interviews conducted with Dylan Faden, redacted for relevant information, and the obtained therapy sessions of Jesse Faden, as well as circumstantial evidence found at the Ordinary site. Note that accounts provided by all 3 sources contain conflicting data. Example, Dylan Faden claims there were 8 slides for the projector. Jesse Faden mentioned 9. The Bureau found 1 intact slide, designation 36, and the burnt remains of 6 others, which would be a total of 7. Unfortunately, these slides are too badly damaged to be used in the projector. Jesse Faden is believed to be the individual responsible for burning the slides. Dr. Darling has ordered that the entirety of the Ordinary town dump be brought to the Bureau for examination and analysis, with the hopes of finding additional slides or other altered material. Due to the limited space of the investigation, due to the limited space in the investigation section, this AEW will be investigated in the containment sector. So I know the investigation sector is something that we can go to at some point later on. And hell, the investigation section might be, I can't change maps, but I wonder, you know what? Let me see here. Let me clear that off. And clear that off. Hotline, ashtray maze. Let me see something here.
I'm averse to using objects of power. I don't want to lean on things I ultimately can't trust. But the ashtray and the cigarette, smoking there forever, have their uses. The ashtray maze they conjure is an impossibly changing labyrinth that no one but the Binder, and those the Binder invites, can ever pass through. The things we hid in dimensional research.
Okay, so that's dimensional
the things
research.
Darwin studies, the danger and the risk involved, call for every measure of security and protection I could bring to the table. The maze, hands down, is our strongest lock. I gave Darling and his chosen crew license to pass through the maze. Lately, I've started to think I should revoke that license.
All right, so dimensional research is, is through the ashtray maze. But I know that there's an investigation section somewhere in this game, because when I look at the Steam achievements, there's achievements specific to the investigation section, interestingly enough. We're gonna hold here for a moment. I'm gonna grab some to drink. We'll be back in a few minutes. let's go ahead and head into the dump site, I guess. What else is over here? Dump turntable transit. I was expecting more stuff in the ordinary AWE site for whatever reason, not just the overhead or that little model set.
They moved the whole landfill here in the middle of New York, and nobody saw a thing. Pretty unbelievable.
Pretty small also, considering. And that place has gotta stink, I would imagine. Is this number 4? Nope. Dump stational work order. By order of Dr. Darling, all work in the ordinary dump is to stop effective immediately. Resources will be allocated to the redacted department. Details will be forthcoming. So that's either Dimensional Research Department or Investigations Department. This area will be sealed at the end of the month. Please remove all personal effects before that time. Any photographic slides, the type used in the slide projector found in the area, should be delivered to Dr. Darling immediately. Okay. So I find it hard to believe that the slide projector would still be in here. I would have thought they would have put it in a containment pod or something like that. Globe supplement. So this is the globe that we saw in 2.9 there, as it says. The item was found in the penthouse suite at Redacted Toronto, belonging to David Wolf, who was being investigated for illegally dealing in altered materials. Bureau agents raided his penthouse and found numerous paranatural belongings, including redacted, and this item. Mr. Wolf was arrested. So why would a 36-year-old Bay Street investment trader, filthy rich, married to a model, disappear overnight? That's the question that kept Toronto's high society up at night this past week. Police say it's being looked into. Some nut job radio show in the States claims he disappeared to join the Illuminati. But it's this reporter's opinion that Mr. Wolf, bored of his job, sick of his family, left it all behind to retire in some remote beach paradise. Now he's sipping Mai Tais while the world thinks he's dead. Well, no, I think he's just been arrested, never to be seen again. Question is where did he get all these altered items? These guys are coming up the stairs. Hi guys, I knew you guys were coming. I wasn't ignoring you. I just letting you guys come up to me. We got a floater. Come on. Can I shoot through this? Or... dodge that! Oh, you did, sort of.
We should check that lab.
We will check that lab. Sorry, one moment. What's that? Album cover. Oh, another throwback to Alan Wake. Oh, also there's a throwback with Thomas Zane. That opens up to the turntable, I believe. Yeah. If there's anything else of interest in here before we go into the lab. I thought I saw... Yeah, there's something. Okay, I knew it. Alright, let's go into the lab, I guess, because I don't think there's anything else around here. Hey, another one of those refrigerators. Ooh, new damage boost. Oh, that's a level 5 damage boost. %70 damage boost. Nice. What else we got here? See, that's while aiming. Sorry, 1 second. Let's see. Go ahead and dump that off. I'm thinking about keeping those for another weapon. 1915, get rid of that one. Personal mods. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that. Keep both the healths. Oh wait, health. Oh no, that's health pickup per element, never mind. We don't need both. So we'll drop off 43. See what this is.
Effective immediately. I'm setting up a new department. Dimensional research in the research sector. Transferring the slide projector there. That's where my focus will be now. The ordinary site remains as is. We'll be back to... I don't know when.
So now we have to go through the ashtray maze.
Research sector. He dedicated a whole area to it, so he knew it was important. Dimensional research. That's where we go next.
I think Jesse, not Jesse, Dylan, I think he actually wants us to get this. And for a reason that we are not aware of. What missions do we have out here? Search for, investigate the sector elevator? Let me see what that is. I'm not going to do that. Not worry about those. If these happen, they happen. If not, no big deal. Oh, okay. It's like the lights looked like they went out there for a minute. Let's get the sector elevator in Central. So I am still curious. Oh. Well, you know, that power boost definitely helps, makes things better. And then this thing here is going to go after... He's going to attack me. He will. But, you see that thing over there? He's going to... these things are universal in that they'll go after creatures on the ground. So he's going to attack him, and then I'll just swoop. Haha. That globe, I don't know if you would call it globe. There it is. Well, the shield. Like fireworks. So that one there, I should be able to get into Sterling. I'm tempted. We're gonna try it. We're gonna go into the control room here. I don't know if it's gonna let me turn it. No, I can't turn it. Kinda sucks. There's gotta be a way to get into the Sterling AWE. I'm not aware of any other path in there. So how does one get into this area? I'm just looking around, seeing if there's any control panels down here. And I'll go ahead and pick up this material while I'm at it. And you'd think there would be a way to get in there. Oops. But I can't do nothing with this anymore. That's done. See, this here baffles me. Yeah, it's that bugs me. I want to go through there. I want to. There's got to be a way in there. Gotta be. I don't see. Oops. All right, so I just want to see something here. Let me see what it is called here. It's called the which AWE? Sterling Ave. Okay. Let me just see here. Okay, so the side mission, and it'll come up when I talk to Emily. Okay, that's all I needed to see. I don't need to know anything about the mission. I just want to just make sure I can actually. It's not something I'm missing. All right, so we're gonna go ahead back to executive. Actually, first here. Oh no, that's right. Let me finish my levitate. Okay, now we are 100% with what I wanted to get. Now, as far as the remaining goes, we've got C's. We can do shield. I'm tempted to work down shield because you can do the when release shield propels debris to nearby enemies. While holding shield, you can use evade to rush. And so I'm tempted to do that, but I'm also tempted to do this. I think we're gonna go with this route. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So the next 11 will go down this path here. All right, so we're gonna go to executive. And then we're gonna go talk to Emily real quick. Hold on, wait, what's this? Oh.
Containment protocols for every altered item or object of power with an audio
Television proposal. Based on the success of America Overnight, we would like to propose the creation of a television series that presents superstition and skeptical thought as entertainment. In order to popularize these concepts among the civilian population and create less resistance to redirecting information regarding public paranormal events. We can also use a solid media outlet to test paranormal concepts on civilian audiences, see how they react to certain facts presented as fiction, in the event that the Bureau ever decides to make certain realities public knowledge. These are various show licenses that we could purchase and reboot rather than starting from scratch. One particular property seems promising, especially considering its content and tone are precisely what we're looking for. It's called Night Springs and has been off the air for a few years now. Again, another throwback to Alan Wake. Nice little tie back into that. What is that? Oh, that's the bug creature from that I fought twice now. And actually, that one's not that hard a boss fight. You got anything new for me, buddy?
Man, I never thought I'd be working in the executive sector. Look at me now, Ma.
Nothing new.
I have to go.
Me too. You're not the only one who's busy, you know.
All right, let's see if Emily has anything for me. Also, let me see if there's any new intel in here. Just hanging around on the ground or on the tables or whatnot. Nope. All right, Emily, anything new? Like Sterling AWE, perhaps?
Do you remember Mr. Tomasi, the head of communications?
Yeah, I remember him.
The hiss he was changed into showed up in containment, near the turntable.
I'll take care of it.
That thing's not getting away this time.
I've heard reports about his particular use of language and intonation when repeating the hiss babbling. The biological and behavioral distinctions between different hiss-corrupted individuals is truly fascinating. I wonder if I could categorize the data.
And she's already off on her own thing.
All right, so, well, there's the answer right there.
Don't let me hold you up.
So, back to, oops. As we know, he's probably in the Sterling AWE. So, back to the turntable-ish area. Transit. Now we look at it now, it's open. See? I just had to go talk to Emily. So, one levitator to another levitator.
There you are.
Well, you know what? Where are you? I saw your shadow. Hide behind the rocks. Oh. Oh, great. A whole bunch of loaders now. Ow. Oh, shit. Whoa. I'm in a good point right now. Because I need health, please. Oh, yes, I do. That probably saved my life there. Ah! I was expecting you. No, that was my bad. That was my bad. All right. So that was just a dry run.
There you are.
Where? Oh, shit. Go get behind the rock. So I gotta get him to the next phase. Nah, I'm screwed. That should get him to the next phase. So, oh, fuck. I'm in a bad place right now. I need some health. Oh, shit. Whoa. Oh, come on. Pick up. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen that time around. I knew it. Whoa! Sniper! All right. All right, let's do this again now.
There you are.
Interestingly enough, I got hurt more than you did. Ah. Oh, he's got a shield too, so that's something else. Come on. Come on, I know you're still around there. Okay, I think that one's dead now. Oh shit, nope, no you're not. I'm dead. I knew it. Damn it! I knew I was in a bad spot. So I was trying to find a good place for cover because the normal mobs aren't an issue. You can kind of predict what he's going to do to you because of the you get the indicators from him. It's the invisible one. That's the pain in the ass one.
There you are.
Shit, watch out. That wasn't as good as I had hoped it was going to be. Ooh. Okay, that'll help that out. Oh, that was bullshit. Oh, who? What the fuck? Don't, I just beat him.
Communication.
I swear to God, if I have to do this fight again because some random mob after I beat the boss kills me, I'm gonna be a little pissed off. Okay. Oh man, I was about to get upset. That's just a radio. Alright. That guy's dead for... What is that? It looks like a big boulder of some sort. That was a fun fight. Only took a half dozen times to beat it, but it's beat now, so that's the good news. Ooh. Alright. Let's see. Anything up here? You know, this could have been, you know, a potentially good place I could have done the fight from, maybe. Because it would have forced, you know, easy access, if you will, to shoot the, or to throw stuff at the floaters. Yeah, I could have done some sliding to avoid hit here. Excuse me. One moment. Just a moment. All right.
You're listening to America Overnight, now in our 29th year, lifting the veil between fiction and reality. Thank you for staying up with us. I've been getting a lot of calls about this meteor in Sterling, Colorado. There were reports of a large spherical container that crash landed in a field outside town. Some government people reportedly took it away. Now, we happen to broadcast from Colorado, and Sterling isn't far. I drove down myself to check it out with members of the America Overnight team. I don't need to tell you, it wasn't long before we found pieces of metal debris scattered in a field. Listeners, this is yet another instance of an unidentified flying object, or UFO, entering our airspace and crashing. That the government took away the evidence under cover of darkness only compounds the fact that these are more than likely visitors from beyond our planet, or dare I say, solar system. Head on over to our website to see pictures of the spacecraft pieces we uncovered. And while you're doing that, our sponsors would like your ear. America Overnight will be right back.
Okay, so he played the story of a UFO, metallic objects, something like that, as opposed to that meteor and pillars. Let's see what this report says here. Local witnesses report a bright flash in the field at approximately redacted, no noise accompanying the light. Authorities had assumed the object fell from the sky, but our examination found the object actually manifested there, vaporizing the soil around it in an intense spherical redacted, which possibly explains the light seen from the town. The object is a hollow sphere made of a stone-like material. Structural analysis of the material does not redact on record. Probably match anything on record. The sphere has a broken portion, as if something redacted from the object emerged, left, something like that. The object has been inactive since arriving at the bureau. Communications department officially stated to the press that the object was a small meteor, while also using the American Overnight Program to redact. See episode 92, which we just heard. Note, the AWE will be studied in the containment sector until the spherical object is deemed safe to be transferred to the investigation sector, which we haven't gone to yet. Oh, I got a new hotline, huh? Wait, what's this one?
Dylan's a lost cause. I know I struggled to see this, but we've contained him now. I wish I had sided with Marshall back when it's just one person and so many dead. I thought his youth was an asset. Just too much too soon. Effective immediately. I'm setting up a new department. Dimensional research in the research sector. Transferring the slide projector there. That's where my focus will be now. The ordinary site remains as is. We'll be back to... I don't know when.
Anything else? I already just heard that one. Alright, what's the new hotline? Descent. So, I'm still trying to figure out the former. So, are they referring to Trench or Northmore? Or Dylan? So that I don't know. They could also perhaps be referring to the former, excuse me, as maybe Polaris? Because I'm not 100% sure what Polaris is. But I know right now, I guess Polaris is something that talks in our head, and also previously, I still don't know if it does or not, it talks in Dylan's head. Dylan can see and or hear Polaris when she speaks to me. I don't think I've got anything about Polaris. Oh, sorry, one moment. Let me see here. So these are reports. Looking to see if there's anything on Polaris. I don't think there was. Yeah, I don't think, oops. Yeah, I don't think there's anything on Polaris. Although I'm curious, I mean, is there, other than, that's a radio, is there anything, you know, other than the fight we just did and what we just picked up in there, I'm wondering, is there anything of that we can do with this AWE? Well, this is an AWE. This is not an object of power, so. So I don't think there's actually anything, you know, other than the fight we just did and what we just looted to get out of here. Just looking to see if there's any other loot items. That radio keeps on getting my attention. Well, I've got the music turned off right now. Alright, so we'll go talk to Emily, because it doesn't look like there's anything else for me to do here. Oh. I do like that multi thing. The fact that you can, you know, target. You know, see, I was kind of worried at first. It's like, is it going to just, you know, throw everything at one guy? And then shooting those things in the air is fun because, you know, it's like 4th of July. Any more? Alright, so let's go talk to Emily. Then we're gonna go do the elevator thing.
Need something?
Yeah, just check and make sure there's nothing new. Because intel just magically appears in here from time to time.
I took care of the Tomasi problem. Sorry, I forget he was a coworker. Don't apologize. That wasn't the real Tomasi. He died when the hiss got him. You're right. I just didn't want to be insensitive. Sentimentality is a weakness in situations like these, Jesse. That's Bureau 101.
I don't think Emily's in danger of being called sentimental.
Alright, so nothing new there.
I should get going. Don't let me hold you up.
Alright. The next we are going to do this. I'm kind of curious where that's going to take me. And I don't think you have anything new for me. Otherwise, you'd have a triangle or something like that. Yes, and where did Marshall go? Seriously.
Didn't give me any orders before she left. Guess I'll just keep.
I've already played that. I'm just doing a quick pass through here to see if there's anything new that appeared to fill in any blanks. There's one thing I didn't see was it the case files? No, not the case files. The records and research. Was it records and research? Yeah, so I didn't see anything on stage 4. So I don't know if that's going to be closer to where the slide projector is in the Ashtray Maze area, but I thought they would have had something
Lots of interesting data off that subject of Rangers.
where the models were.
Voluntarily entered captivity. That's what Pope said anyway.
She doesn't know what she's talking about. Hiss aren't that self-aware.
No, let's go talk to dear old brother real quick. Yeah, see if he's had another dream. Also, check these offices real quick. We're not doing any major threats right now. Oh, also, let me see. Let me check the mods here, see what I can get rid of. That's a 43. We've already got a 43. Like, so I'm almost tempted. Almost. So I've got spin I haven't unlocked. I've got charge I haven't unlocked yet. I haven't learned about surge that I'm aware of. I'll check again, but I don't believe I have. I'm gonna get rid of. Let's see. I don't know. Get rid of that one for sure. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Keeping both of the healths. Because if I really want to, I can swap both of those out for health. I can go ahead and get rid of that one though. I'm not 100% sure on the projectiles fired. Because I've stacked this up. So in theory, I'm shooting an additional 13 projectiles. Can't say that I've actually witnessed it. Let's go talk to a dear old brother. No, that's not. But I think that's actually what the mission wants me to do, doesn't it? No? But the fact that it's red tells me, that's good, let's talk to him.
Maybe I can learn more about the hiss from him.
Can we talk?
I just had an interesting dream.
Another one.
Oh, shit.
That's fascinating, but let's talk about the hiss for a change, yeah?
This dream was about the hiss.
Best I'm gonna get.
In my dream, the hiss had broken free of this prison, this house. I'd set it free. And the president himself was there to welcome us. He was the first one to take the hiss in. Spread the word. At first, many people thought it was horrifying. That he was horrifying. But also, many people who heard his words wanted to welcome the hiss in. And slowly, more and more of them came around until the whole world was brought together by the hiss. It was wonderful.
Okay, thanks for sharing that.
For the record, that will never happen. Not as long as I'm alive.
What I'm trying to figure out is not who Dylan's character resembles, but who his character sounds like. you know, and I guess I should re-clarify it. Not who, not the actor that played Dylan, but what character the crazy Dylan reminds me of. Is though the way he talks, it reminds me of someone. I don't know who, but some actor I've seen, or not actor, some
Did you see that hiss they
character in a movie or something like that.
Why the fuck didn't we put a bullet in that thing's head?
I heard it's the director's brother. Would you shoot your brother?
That's no one's brother anymore. He's the enemy, plain and simple.
The director's brother is his. And whose side is she really on?
I don't see anything new in any of these places, and I'm not sure if there would be or not. What is that? Not sure what that's supposed to be.
We've lost employees before, but this is too much. We need to do better.
Alright, so I guess we can go to the elevator and see what this is all about, but before we do that, I'm gonna grab me something to drink real quick, and
It's just keep coming.
we'll be back in a few minutes. Alrighty. I want to take a look at something here real quick before we go to the elevator. And also got to spend some points. So let's go ahead and do ground slam. So press C while levitating the ground slam. So we'll be messing around with that. But what I want to see here is, okay, so I have no question marks in this. This is the only area that I can't get to yet. And I presume this is going to be one of the last areas I go to. Because there's that, I don't know, but this corridor here, I go down it and I start to die. Down in maintenance, I can't get to this area here yet. This door is closed. I presume this is this what they refer to as a city. I heard or read a report that talks about something about Blackrock Quarry, and everyone was facing the direction of the city or something like that. So I presume that's up there. And I wonder if that's where Marshall went, or she could be over in research. Who knows? Speaking of research, so I'm presuming that this is way too big to be just what do you call it? Dimensional research. So I'm going to go on the presumption that one of these areas is dimensional research, and perhaps the other area is investigations. And then down here in containment, I've gotten everything here cleared. If I recall correctly, I've hit all the level 6 doors everywhere there was a level 6 door. I also believe I've hit all the areas that were blocked off by the moss, mold, whatever you want to call it. So our next thing is we're gonna go to the elevator and see what this
Good luck out there.
a dark place is.
Darkness engulfed the elevator. There was something there, reaching for her, trying to make her act. It was a distress call. Faden sensed a drowning man, a hunger in the dark. Investigation sector.
Investigation sector, huh?
Okay, Alan.
We should check this out.
We should. Oh, look. Investigation sector. Well, let's go investigate the investigation sector and become investigators. I really do like the throwback to the game Alan Wake. That was a game, I actually like that game as well.
Hello?
Alan?
Anyone here?
Guess not. Seems a lot more crowded than the rest of the bureau.
See what this is. Missing agents. Mr. Kirkland, here's the latest agents confirmed missing. Presumed dead from the containment breach yesterday. Connor, Cruz, Dempsey, Malcolm, Murray, Shaw. Letters of condolences will be delivered to you to sign prior to sending them to the families. You will be updated as soon as the additional confirmations are made. Also, per your request, a network engineer checked how many cases were backed up digitally. Fortunately, a large number of active investigations are still not archived, and the only hard copies of reports exist behind the firebreak. They're lost, I'm afraid. And what's in the hotline? Oh.
Darkness engulfed the elevator. There was something there. A presence. Jesse Faden could hear it. A call. It was faint, reaching for her from a dark place. Faden was sensitive to visitations. She had them all the time. From her guiding star and the previous director. She was the perfect receiver. As if she'd been made for this. Faden paused to feel it. The force at play here. It was changing things around her, subtle, trying to make her act. Faden didn't like that. Her guide felt it too. Polaris didn't flare up in defense as with the hiss. So it wasn't all bad. Not a hostile transmission. It was powerful, but it was coming from far away. And made weak because of the distance. It was a distress call. Faden sensed a drowning man. A man desperate to escape. She sensed something else too. A hunger in the dark. Not unlike the hostile resonance. Waiting. She knew that desperate acts can have grim consequences. It was this, more than the man's despair, that made her follow the call. The elevator lights winked back on. The darkness receded like a memory. There was a new button on the elevator control panel. Investigation Sector. Faden pressed the button. The elevator doors slid shut with practiced bravado.
You know, I'd be the game Alan Wake. I think it was done in such a way that if they wanted to, they could probably do a game to movie transition. Let's see, Casey Inquiry. A request came through recently from an FBI agent asking for all our files on Bright Falls, specifically on the disappearance of the author Alan Wake. Per the Interagency Information Exchange Agreement, I had some paper pushers gather up a folder of all the pre-approved files. Don't worry, all the inappropriate material is either missing or redacted. But I'm ready to let you know that we received this request from a special agent named Alex Casey. Alex Casey is, interestingly enough, one of the characters from Alan Wake's books. Sound familiar, right? That's because Alex Casey is the name of the fictional detective in those hard-boiled crime books Alan Wake wrote. Pretty interesting that an FBI agent sharing a name with the most famous character Wake wrote is looking into the case dealing with the writer's fictional coming true. I think this is worth looking into, but what's your opinion? Just give the word and I'll start surveillance on this guy. Interesting. So now, is Casey actually a true FBI agent? Or is it, what's his name? I can't remember his damn name. His agent. See what this is. Per authorization from Mr. Kirkland, internal investigation D-84-5 was launched into the ethical practices of Dr. Casper Darling, head of research. Despite the accounts of anonymous redacted regarding inhumane treatment of a redacted currently housed in Bureau, our official findings regarding this were inconclusive. Numerous obstacles arose during the investigation. The majority of redacted sector personnel seem to be wholly unaware of any such redacted contained there. One redacted confirmed the redacted's code name to be redacted, but all files pertaining to that name were inaccessible, being classified under the highest clearance level. Investigators were simply blocked from entering the redacted research wing to interview its staff. The matter was further complicated by the lack of clarity on whether non-human paranatural entities warrant humane treatment. While this investigation cannot address any changes or charges against Dr. Darling, we do recommend an investigation into redacted research. That's probably referring to dimensional research. And I wonder if this is possibly codename Polaris? Or tying back to Polaris, perhaps? Is we know that Polaris is we'll call it an entity that is communicating with us. but we don't know when or where or how flares came to be. Staffing issue. Mr. Dennis, so yes, there's an increase in AWE cases, and yes, it would be a good idea to put together a special task force to examine exactly why that is. However, it seems that a tiny little detail has slipped through the cracks. We don't have the damn staff. If you expect us to detect, investigate, process more AWE cases, then you need to give us more people. Simple math. Between the staff we've lost in the Hartman thing, and the ones who left for other departments after Kirkland quit, we're barely managing to keep up with the workload. Hell, just filing paperwork for all the altered items we left behind in the sector has been an ordeal. Another thing, and this is going to sound paradoxical, but we have an overcrowding situation. This lobby isn't meant to accommodate a whole sector worth of staff. We put forward a motion to move investigations to a more suitable location months ago. It better not still be sitting on your desk. The people are getting restless, and Kirkland intern replacement. As Kirkland's intern replacement, it's your job to handle it. Agent Grayson. There is. Let's see, what's this? Resignation letter. To my main concern is with great anger and regret that I tend my resignation instead of investigations for the FBC. I do this in protest of the rampant disregard for my department's redaction. My staff cannot continue to work in these conditions. Previous requests and warnings have fallen on deaf ears, so I must now rely on my actions to speak louder than my words ever could. I blame this situation on our redacted, who has routinely ignored my request for assistance in reclaiming the parts of the investigation sector lost to the redacted Lucent side. I will never forget the screams of brave agents begging for us to open the firebreak. I will carry that shame for the rest of my days. The redacted has failed his agents. I shall never forget him for doing that. So this is obviously director. Sector lost to the Hiss, I presume. This is considering this is 2019, this is going to be Director Trench as opposed to Northrop. Rampant disregard for my departments. No idea what that one could be. Let's see, what do we got over here? Tractor supplements. Tractor? I was gonna say, I haven't seen that in a locker. Miscommunication led to a local coroner examining the body of William Burrow. He's a male Caucasian, 33-year-old male found dead on his property per police report. Remains obtained for coroner's office also include blood, urine, bile, stomach contents, and bone fragments. Blunt force injuries to the head, lacerations to the left ear and cheek, blunt force injuries to the extremities, dislocation of the right knee, complete avulsion of the right upper extremity with associated fracture to the proximal right humerus, sensitive trauma to the abdominal region, complete, I need to look that word up, avulsion of multiple organs include stomach, heart, liver, pancreas, kidneys, and portions of the large and small intestines, all missing from the scene. My opinion that Mr. Burrow's death is not the result of a mechanical accident as claimed by authorities. The removal of organs is consistent with an animal attack. I need to Google that word because I'm just not up to speed. I'm just not up to speed with my medical terminology here. So avulsion. That means the action of pulling or tearing, and it's properly pronounced avulsion. Okay, so pulling or tearing. All right. Anything else here in the dark? Something through there. Sorry. Alright, sorry. Keystone inspection. We stopped at Keystone on our way to the target AWE. Oh, one, sorry. We stopped at Keystone on our way to target AWE, like you asked. I'm sending my report directly to you to try and keep a lid on this Grumman Morales desertion issue. We didn't find any sign of them here. Given their records, it is possible they've switched teams, like you suspected, but I don't think that's the case. An event definitely occurred here in Keystone, and I think Grumman and Morales got caught up in it. The entire population has vanished into thin air. Reminds me of the Ordinary case, but that was just the adults, if I'm remembering the file correctly. This is different. I think our guys are casualties, not traitors. If it was an AWE, it seems to be over. We walked through the whole town, and the only strange thing we noticed were markings on various buildings. 2 overlapping circles with a dot in the shared space. Could be unrelated. I'll show you the picture when I get back. In the meantime, you should send a team out here to cordon off the place and maybe get the comms guys to working on a cover story. So I know I know the symbol. I mean, I can see the symbol they're referring to. Is that normal glass or is this, that is normal glass? Oh, let's try this out. Oh, is that aimable? So let's try this again. Oh, it is aimable. So... you know, I may actually have fun with that once it gets up to full power. Official warning from Trench. Kirkland, I'm growing tired of your blatant attempts to lay your incompetence at my doorstep. I know you want this to be true, but I know you want this to be true, but you're head of investigations. This failure is your responsibility. What did you think would happen holding a dangerous specimen in investigation? The containment sector exists for a reason. They are better trained and equipped for this type of work. In fact, they have admirably taken on certain AWE monitoring responsibilities that your staff are no longer capable of. This happens more and more now. And don't think your petty internal investigations have gone past my notice. You are a worm. Everything I've done has been for the benefit of the Bureau. The Prime Candidate program only failed because of Darling. You are both failures, plotting against me. You are traitors, but the truth will emerge out of you. You are choosing to become my enemy, Kirkland. You don't want to be. So, I wonder if Kirkland could also be considered. Maybe he's the one they're referred to as the formal. Director's investigation. Per authorization from Mr. Kirkland, Redacted was launched into the Redacted of Director Zachary Trench. The recent change in Redacted witnessed in Director Trench included aggressive Redacted when Redacted with other staff has been observed. However, this investigation was aimed at interpreting this issue rather than proving it. Notable, Redacted between Director Trench and Dr. Darling has been witnessed by numerous Bureau agents. Although both declined to meet for an interview on the matter, witness accounts suggest their argument centered around the Dimensional Research Wing and the Redacted kept inside. However, no evidence exists to confirm Director Trench's Redacted as anything more than interpersonal disagreements. This investigation has concluded that Director Trench's behavior is not indicative of any Redacted and that his fitness to lead is not in question. A lot of stuff through here. Underhill background. So Underhill is the mold girl, I think, who was downstairs. She's the one that gave us the pill for the mold. So Dr. Ray Underhill is a professor at the University of Woodrow in the United Kingdom, where she teaches biology with a focus on botany. Dr. Underhill once worked with the Bureau as a parabotanist stationed in the research sector of the oldest house. She served with no incidents or demerits and is praised by those who formerly worked with her, including Dr. Darling. Dr. Underhill has no known connections to para-criminal organizations or any record of breaching her NDA since leaving the Bureau. Her civilian behavior has been ideal, with the exception of an ongoing personal relationship with Dr. Darling that appears to have been begun during their time as co-workers in the research sector and revisited intermittently ever since. Depending on the duration of her work in the oldest house, it may be required to have both parties sign a relationship clearance form. This investigation has found no compelling reason to deny Dr. Darling's request to offer Dr. Underhill an interim position with the aim of finding a solution to the mold threshold issue. Which, yeah, and she did, technically. Excuse me. Alright, so now certificate of achievement for your years of service of the Bureau. Very, very plain. Alright. Alright, let's go slam through that window now. Ready? Up, and away. Ethics investigation. Per authorization from Mr. Kirkland, internal investigation P-142-9 was launched into the legality of the Prime Cannon program redacted by the Federal Bureau of Control. Since all known subjects relevant to the investigation used executive privilege to decline interviews, very little first-hand information was gathered. However, anonymous sources and documentation declassified by Mr. Kirkland both paint an alarming clear picture of systematic redaction and redaction were brought into the oldest house and placed under examination and testing with the aim of appointing one as director upon maturity. This program has produced no successful cases and only resulted in traumatic redaction of paranaturally inclined redaction. Not only is this in breach of the Ash Act, but it flies in the face of basic human redact. This investigation team unequivocally redact the Prime Candidate program and recommends that it be redacted immediately. So, Prime Candidate program. So let's see here. Try to figure out what these words are. Prime Candidate program. I'm not sure what that word is. This here should be either children or adolescents. Brought into the oldest house and placed under paranatural examination, perhaps, or some sort of examination. Produces. So this is probably traumatic. I don't know. But yeah. So. And then, let's see, what's this one here? Tractor procedure. So I have a feeling we're going to find a tractor. You know, and the only tractor I can think of is the tractor from Alan Wake that came flying at me. The item is not in Bureau custody. Unknown. A Frank Elk tractor, olive green, dried blood on the grill when last seen. Item is capable of vocalized responses or growls and unmanned locomotion. Considered highly aggressive and dangerous. The item first came to the Bureau's attention after the death of William Burrow, owner of the Bureau farm outside of Trenton, Texas. But see, this happened in Texas as opposed to Washington, where Alan Wake occurred. Local authorities arrived on scene after an employee found the mutilated body of Mr. Bureau beneath the tractor. Police arrived but were immediately driven away by the tractor. Panicked calls to the federal authorities were intercepted by the Bureau communication staff. The team was dispatched. Upon arrival, the agents approached the item. It responded by growling like a bear. 3 agents were injured when they tried to detain the item, which escaped. Aerial searches for the item are ongoing. Speaking to Mrs. Bureau, or Burrow, however you want to say it, only revealed that she had a domestic altercation with Mr. Burrow earlier that night. Earlier the night of the incident. Whether these events are connected is currently unknown. Okay, so there's a tractor out there that that we may or may not run into. There's a power box there. That power box goes over to somewhere, I don't know where. Maybe it turns on the lights. Got a power box there. What happens if I throw this power box into here? Just out of curiosity. Once I lower myself.
There. Now that gate should open.
Oh, okay. That just opened the gate. And is there another power box in there? Specimen escape assessment. The purpose of internal investigation X397 is to examine the containment failure of specimen SI1 that resulted in the death of redacted agents. Excuse me. An inspection report of the containment equipment 3 days earlier shows no faults. Investigators suspect human error to be the cause, yet no department has provided any evidence to support this. Technicians were able to recover the researchers' notes on the specimen from the internal network. On the redacted of redacted, the specimen began displaying a sharp increase in aggressive redacted, probably behavior. Cross-referencing that date with various logs found only 2 events inconsistent with the sector's daily routine. The air filters were changed, and an hour prior to the incident, a civilian named Alice entered the sector regarding an unrelated investigation. 65F112, or 112, 12-4, excuse me. Given their connection to the same Ada Beauty case, it is likely that Mrs. Redacted presence is relevant to the specimen's escape and to the redaction. Alice. I don't recall. Well, I haven't found anything regarding, or I don't recall reading anything with the name Alice in it before. Okay, let me claim this. Excuse me. So now I'm curious, now that the doors are open, I don't know what that power went to. That power went to that light box. What happens if I take the power from this or not? All right, so there's no removing the power from that. Let me just do another sweep, make sure I didn't miss anything like this. Cauldron Lake update. Okay, here we go. It happened again, 3rd time this year. Something certainly has it out for our redacted. Could be the raccoons. The locals certainly complain about them enough. But why the hell would raccoons keep going after our monitoring station? Doesn't add up. Anyway, I've got a bureau tech going to the site next week to take a look. Next on the list of recurring problems is the staff at the Lake House Research Station. How am I supposed to effectively keep an eye on Redacted Lake if they won't let me see any data? Hell, I don't even know what they're researching out there. We need to petition them again to share their information with the investigations agents. Excuse me. It's only a matter of time before this Redacted hits again, and I want to be prepared. Anyway, if anyone at HQ asks why the Bright Falls report is a little thin this month, tell them it's because we couldn't take any readings. In the meantime, I might invest in some raccoon traps. Alright, so I'm just going to do another pass through, see if there's anything of value or of interest. There's nothing in there, and I got everything in here. Alright, so let's go ahead and I cleared this area out, and nothing there. I went upstairs already, and nothing new, or nothing nothing I missed up here. Alright. I think we're good. Go press forward.
I'm no detective, but something definitely happened here.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious of what did happen here. Blessed organization. This group individual has operated outside the Bureau's notice for decades, perhaps longer, displaying a level of skill and caution rarely seen in paracriminal groups. A review of past cases has found various mentions of their activities over the years. In 2016, a production company called Blessed Pictures was connected to an altered item case, as well as to the death of an agent from exposure to illicit paranatural materials. In '94, Los Angeles-based public speaker named Chester Bless was involved in the illegal use of an altered item. In '88, a business called Blessed Repair and Service was suspected of involvement of an OP case, perhaps even creating it. None of these businesses or individuals have ever been located. However, their connection to appearances of altered items and OPs is too direct to be considered circumstantial. An arrest order has been issued for any person believed to be involved with the Blessed organization. Okay. Oh, light switch. Okay.
Do we know each other?
Alan!
This feels familiar. I can't seem to... I've forgotten it. I'm sorry. My name is Alan Wake.
Okay, this is kind of psychedelic.
Who are you? Who are you? Do I know you?
I'm your friend Tom. Tom Zane. There's nothing to worry about.
Tom. The poet. The diver. You look different.
That was just a role. A character. The protagonist I played in my old film. I'm a filmmaker. An auteur like yourself. We're working on this together, remember? An artistic collaboration.
Something seems wrong with this.
You need a drink. Gippus.
endless darkness. Nothing holds still.
But we're very close now. You've been riding. We found a way to escape. It'll work this time.
Riding?
You found a way!
No. I don't... Wait. There's something. It's my double. He's out there. I've seen it.
Yeah. Nothing to worry about yet. I'm dealing with it. It's fine, my friend. Let me handle him.
You've met him? What the hell?
Now, come on. You misunderstand me.
I don't think that was Zane. I think that was the darkness from the lake trying to manipulate him.
That was Alan Wake, the writer who went missing in that AWE case I read about. What's he doing here? And Thomas Zane was with him. The poet. No,
was it really him?
He was a filmmaker. I always remember that wrong.
That's unusual. That was... Wait, what's that noise I hear? Oh, this. What am I... Okay. There's the key? No. This is definitely an unusual, a different hotel encounter than we've dealt with before.
Dr. Emil Hartman, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Close, killed everyone it could, lurking, roaming, waiting. Then something else came. A resonance. The thing that had been Hartman went through another change.
All right, let me take out the hotline for that.
Dr. Emil Hartman was desperate. The Federal Bureau of Control had stolen his life's work. This was his last chance, his final experiment. What he'd been too scared to do before. Hartman dove into the lake, was taken, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Only an echo of him remained, fragmented impulses on autoplay, violent, bloodthirsty darkness in the driver's seat. Emerging from the lake, the thing was captured by the FBC, brought in, contained, studied. The thing broke loose, killed everyone it could. The FBC fell back and sealed the sector. The thing was alone in the dark, lurking, roaming, waiting. Then something else came. Not darkness, but similar enough. A sound. A resonance. It shouldn't be a surprise. If there's one, why not another? The darkness inside the thing could have been immune, could have resisted, fought, could have been passed by, passed through with no effect. But it didn't, and it wasn't. Maybe it had grown weaker over time, not aged. It was timeless, but weaker with no link to its source. A metamorphosis followed. The thing that had been Hartman went through another change.
So, Hartman, from the game Alan Wake, was the doctor, I believe, who worked in like a chateau or something above the lake. I could have sworn he was taken by the darkness in the lodge versus him diving into the lake. Unless the guy that we saw in the lake or in the lodge was actually a double. Before I hit the light switch 2 more times, let me just... Alright. Alright, so let me take a look at this real quick. So this is... Oh, investigation is... it's actually pretty large. I'm over here. Looks like there's a number of turntables, a couple other things, crossover. Yeah, this is gonna be a fun little place to investigate. We'll do this here in a few minutes. I'm gonna grab something to drink, stretch my legs, and we'll be back in a few minutes. All right. Good. All right, so before we levitate across, take a look, see if there's any, that's gonna be a fun one to get across when the time comes. Actually, it won't, because I'll just be able to levitate over that. Why do I have a feeling I'm actually gonna have to go over that? I don't think I'm gonna. Can I go over this? No. Alright, so I guess I am going over there. Yeah, because that looks like the only entrance in. Actually, it looks like I'm gonna have to go over 2 sets. What's the yellow? That's an easier way of landing. Just so what? Anything over there? Other than what appears to be a guy that got crushed.
Creepy, damp, and abandoned. Why did Wake want me to come here?
Do we say? Are we going to save Alan Wake? Are we his way out? There's nothing in here, so other than an explosive thing. What the hell's going on there? That seems odd, doesn't it? Go to the bathroom and clean ourselves up. Yeah, it's like I don't even know how to describe this.
That doesn't look like a house shift.
No, it's cooler than a house shift. That is actually kind of cool. It almost reminds me of the game I was playing a while back called Subliminal or something like that, where you had objects that you duplicated and then they got smaller and smaller with the duplications. But interestingly enough, you know, it's not until I get closer to them that they start doing this multiplicity, we call it. Oh, I forgot to go in here. Let's see if there's anything in this bathroom also. Ballistic ground. Yeah, was ballistic ground slam part of. What is that? Is that a personal mod or a weapon mod? That had to have been a personal mod. Because not here. So I'm gonna get rid of this. Let's see. I'm just checking. I've got level 5s up here already. So unless I get a level 5, so I'm going to keep this one just in case I need to double up on my health, or sort of double up, or triple up, I should say. The ballistic ground slam damage after. Oh, okay. Let me see here. We're gonna keep the weapon damage because I may throw those into another weapon. I'm gonna get rid of one of these. Let's see, I'm almost tempted to keep this, because if I get the charge, so the charge weapon is essentially a rocket, or not rocket, I think it's more of a grenade launcher. So that would make that go a hell lot faster. I'm gonna get rid of this. Well, let me see here. Reload speed, go ahead. What do I want to get rid of? I'll get rid of the recoil. Go ahead and get rid of ammo per shot. Go ahead and get rid of refund. Keeping those. Blast radius, because we could do this, this, and this if we do charge. Increase blast radius. Spin grouping, go ahead and keep that for now. Accuracy boost. Damage while aiming, headshot damage, ammo cost while levitating. I don't ever see using that, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop that. Accuracy, yeah, drop it. I mean, the hell is that material? Have I picked up that material before? No, that's actually a first. I got 14 jukebox tokens? Jesus. Man, I've been collecting those and I hadn't even realized it. I didn't get any new points, have I? I didn't notice last time I was here. No new ability points, okay. Oh, oh, Jesus. Still some others.
Of course, the Hiss are already in here.
Hell, this may have been ground zero for the Hiss. Or was ground zero for the Hiss? Dylan. Foot gossip. My feet gossip at night, and now I have to wear shoes to bed. Hello, sincerely me. Okay. Oh yeah. Alright, I think someone's been sniffing the glue sticks a little too much. Alright, let's go ahead and check over here. No intel here. Or lore, I should. Intel or lore. There's something in there. Well, let's see. What about a wall over here? Because I know some things can go through walls, like so. You know, it makes me wonder now how many other walls are destroyable like that. Whoops. But I've seen a number of pictures around, I've seen a number of pictures around the Bureau that are basically a picture, that I just destroyed here. I don't know where, maybe that's the picture there. Unfortunately, I can't look at it because it's been destroyed or falling, it's on its face now. But basically, it's a it looks like a hole in the wall. So I wonder if those other pictures that I've seen could be, if the wall behind them could be destroyed. Hartman arrest. Emil Hartman, victim names Alan Wake, Thor Anderson, Odin Anderson, Rudolph Lane, Wendy DeSoul, Thomas Emerson. There's two names that have been redacted here. Officer's name, Special Agent Remy Dennis. And so one of the victims may be the FBI agent that got technically killed, or it could be our the guy, I cannot remember his name, our agent, or Alan Wake's agent, I should say, and it could also be the sheriff. So charges, kidnapping of altered item or altered individuals, so that'd be Alan Wake. Sanction against altered organizations, obstruction of Bureau investigations, breach of the Ash account, 6 counts, which would account for 1, 2, 3, 4, no? Hold on. 6 counts, but there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 non-redacted names. So unless Alan Wake, who I'm presuming to be the altered individual, is not on this list. But still, who are these two names here? Offender's property seized as evidence to be used in conjunction with an ongoing AW investigation. Offender's personal effects have been sent to research for analysis. After being cleared by Bureau researchers, all victims have been released. Biannual surveillance orders were assigned to each except the Anderson brothers due to their sanity or senility, and Wake possibly deceased. Now, Wake's not deceased that I'm aware of. Especially since he's been talking to us. Sort of. Let's see what this is. That is... Please reload. Anything back here?
Whoa. Looks like the house has gotten a little wild in here.
That's... We'll go investigate that here in a minute. Let me go ahead and continue looking for any reports or other collectibles before we go look up there. Service tunnel. Alright, let's go just take a peek over here. Because, I mean, if anything, maybe there's a collectible box like there. I don't think I'm gonna make it. I don't think I can get in there anymore. Well, let's see. Let's move that out of the way. No, so we're not going any further that direction. All right, onward we go. The hell's that?
This darkness is blocking the door. So now I have to deal with an interdimensional noise and sentient shadows. Light burns it away, huh? Makes
All
sense.
right. So we're now doing the Alan Wake flashlight trick on things. So does the flashlight do anything here? No. Now, can I open a door? Actually, you don't have to interact with doors to open them, so... What's in... Okay, let me drop this. And let me see what's in here. Alright, let me grab the flashlight. Anything in here of value? There's nothing in here other than another light. So I suppose if I accidentally destroyed this light, I could come in and grab that light. Hey, you know what? Let's grab 2 lights. 2 lights are better than 1, right? That looks like a bloody mess. I'm looking just to see if there's any collectibles or boxes, but I don't see any. But yeah, well damn, you're actually a skeleton. Alright, let's go ahead and just drop you for now. Because this is mold, which I can freely walk in. Interesting. I don't think I've ever noticed or shot things like that before. Are those potential mold men? I don't know. Oh well, let's go. What is that? The lights went out. Can I jump start them with this? Nope. Alright, so apparently the lights only last for so long. So I'm on the opposite side of where it was.
The third thing. The sound made darker, the darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched, like a worm through time. The third thing was a monster. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Faden.
I'm trying to set this up. Drop it. There we go. So let me just double check, make sure I didn't miss anything here. Is this here? Okay, yeah. So anything back here? Just want to check, make sure. Gonna grab that light. So I'm just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Then we'll play what's his name's thing here in a minute. The power box there. Looking for power cells. Alright, let's see the full video on this.
The resonance carves its way through the thing that had been Hartman, vibrating, remolding. The sound changes the darkness, and the darkness changes the sound. They both changed what remained of Hartman. They all turned into something else. A third thing. The sound made darker. The darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched. Stretched as anyone when seen from out of time, like a worm through time. Almost an Ouroboros, a spiral, a maelstrom. The gravity well of a black hole, twisting inward, tightening, taking you deeper and deeper to the bottom, the heart, and through to the other side. The third thing said, when you hear this, you will know you're in new you. He said, we build you till nothing remains. He said, under the conceptual reality, behind this reality, you must want these ways to drag you away. He said, baby, 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 yeah, orange peel. The third thing was a monster. He'd tear apart any ordinary person crossing his path. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Faden. There was nothing ordinary about Faden.
One moment. Sorry, just a moment. Alright, sorry. Alright, so I gotta find a power cell. I think this here is just need a power cell for that as well. Here's one power cell. Let's see what happens when I plug in the power cell. There's two power places I got plugged in. There's another power cell down here. Alright, let's go grab one of the flashlights, or one of the light sources, I should say. Bathroom. Well, you never know. Hell, they may have put a power cell in the bathroom. A tape recorder in the bathroom. Alright, we'll come back to that here in a minute. Where'd the light go? Come here. This almost looks like what we saw in the security sector. Same map. Couple pieces of intel down here to read. Side missions. Excuse me. So, let's see what's in here. Loot box. Okay, we'll come back to that here in a minute. So, is there not another power box? Is there a power box I missed? Back where I came from. I mean, I could take that power box out. Is there a power box in here? There's no power boxes here. I don't see it wanting me or needing me to carry a power box like this far into the area. So why also makes me wonder so I need this. Well, actually, I can't even take that power box. Hey, what happened to the lights I had here? So, oh no, I can take that power box. So, let's see, what happens when I put the power box into this? That power box allows me to open the door. Oh. Hello. Oh shit! Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Since when? Since when can oh, they've evolved. So you guys are shifters. Well, you're sort of shifters. Oh, hello. Oh, shit. Ah, I knew it. You bastards. All right. Well, I now... Yeah, you bastards. Here, I'll fight floaters with floaters. How about that? No, you're not gonna get me this time, bitch. Actually, you almost did. I can't leave here. Shit. I did that to myself. I did that to myself. That one was all on me. All right. Third time's a charm. Third time's a charm. Sorry, one thing. Where's he at? Where's he at? He's Stranger Airborne, yeah. Alright, well, that was fun, wasn't it? Alright, let's go ahead and, there's a lot of intel and stuff to read here, so let's start reading some stuff. Kirkland, so you put me on desk duty just because I did the thing I was fucking hired to do. My job. Want to know what I call that? Bullshit. Asking us to interrogate these scum without using words like altered item or AWE or paracriminal is the stupidest thing I've heard in my life, and I've heard some fucking stupid things. They already know the facts. Hell, they know just as much as us, if not more. And they get to sit there laughing at us while we dance around our words, trying not to leak classified terminology. They already know the fucking terminology. If you think pulling me off the case will stop me, then think again. That piece of shit blew up those tracks. He killed those people, all to make the train turn altered. We have him dead to rights, and you need to let me back in that interrogation cell so I can get him to flip on his buddies. These people are terrorists and deserve to be treated as such. This won't stop unless we stop them. You can go ahead and put me on suspension, see if that slows me down. Well, now here's the thing. I suspect that, you know, I mean, if they are, what do you call it? You know, that high of suspicion on someone, they're probably not going to let them live afterwards. So let's, there's a tape recorder there. I'll listen to that here in a second. So, Utah, Virginia, Jordan, Colorado, Ordinary, New York, Bright Falls, Pemberton, Lansing, Keystone.
Agent Fisher, day 6 inside the motel. Utilized surveillance methods are as follows. Fiber optic cameras lit under the individual room doors. Motion detectors in the lobby area. Tripwire, triggering a flash camera across the main entrance, even fingerprint powder on the front desk. Results are varying at best, but mostly just inconclusive and unusable. The footage is corrupted. Sometimes even the equipment damaged. I don't know how exactly. I think this place is making fun of me. That's the only explanation. I can hear them laughing and screaming behind the closed doors. I can hear the call bell go and ding multiple times a day, but when I look, there's no one there. I know I'm supposed to stay out of sight, but I've seen the doors closing just before I can catch even a glimpse of anyone or anything. They're messing with me, whoever they are. I think, wait, shh. There's something. I gotta get this. Gotta get the cable out. Come on, you fiber optic fuck, cooperate. Okay, there we go. Alright, that was faint, but I definitely heard the movement coming from the hallway. I think I might have finally called him. The recording better work this time, or I swear to God. What? Hello? Who's there? Oh, shit. I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a... Where's my...
What would happen next? Is there more to this? Guess not. But it's still playing.
Agent Fisher, day 6 inside the motel.
I mean, I'll just let it continue playing. Let me go ahead and get these quests.
Darkness everywhere. Dude. Everything here is... The plants in here have died standing up.
Black market, so we'll read that one here in a minute. The black market, NASA.
That's the only explanation. I can hear them laughing and screaming behind the closed door. I can hear the call bell go and ding multiple times a day, but when I look...
Let me see something here. Just out of curiosity. Let me look at this recording. If I play this recording from here...
Agent Fisher, day 6 inside the motel.
It's only a minute and 46.
As follows: fiber optic cameras slid under the individual room doors. Motion detectors in the lobby area. Tripwire, triggering a flash camera across the main entrance. Even fingerprint powder on the front desk. Results are varying at best, but mostly just inconclusive and unusable. The footage is corrupted. Sometimes even the equipment is damaged. I don't know how exactly. I think this place is making fun of me. That's the only explanation. I can hear them laughing and screaming behind the closed doors. I can hear the call bell go and ding multiple times a day, but when I look, there's no one there.
I wish I could fast forward
I'm
this.
supposed to stay out of sight, but I've seen the doors closing just before I can catch even a glimpse of anyone or anything. They're messing with me, whoever they are. I think... Wait, shh. There's something. I gotta get this. Gotta get the cable out. Come on, you fiber optic fuck, cooperate. Okay, there we go. All right, that was faint, but I definitely heard movement coming from the hallway. I think I might have finally caught one. The recording better work this time, or I swear to God. What? Hello? Who's there? Oh, shit. I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a... Where's my...
Okay, so that's the end of it. You know,
I'm supposed to stay out of sight, but...
It's playing. Alright, so let's see here. So we've got, NASA was one of them, and also his airborne ranger. So this subgroup of his corrupted rangers has manifested the ability of levitate similar to his elevated agents. However, these airborne his rangers display no telekinesis abilities, but and simply continues to use their mundane weaponry. This evolution, being so similar to the elevated, possibly indicates that the Hiss can share mutations through a type of network or perhaps osmosis. However, the fact that this development in Hiss Rangers has only been observed in the investigation sector may indicate that an environmental factor is responsible. They could be responding to an altered item or other paranatural element found only in this sector, or perhaps this is the natural progression of the Hiss Ranger phenotype, however you say that. Not enough time has passed to determine a conclusive trajectory of development for each of the Hiss manifestations, assuming any such trajectory exists. Black market. A black market hub specializing in the trade of occult talismans, relics, and other assorted ceremonial objects, as well as genuine, altered, and paranatural material, was raided in redacted Czech Republic by a team of special investigators. Unsuccessful attempts by suspects to escape using altered items resulted in numerous casualties and prevented the Bureau from questioning all the participants. The following interrogations revealed that not only is there a vast network of these retailers, but that they seem to be gathering information on altered items and other paranatural material from sources unknown to the Bureau. The Bureau's concern here is threefold. There's a growing underground market for paranatural materials, which implies a growing awareness of their existence among a niche group of the general public. These criminal individuals do not seem aware of the item's paranatural powers, and their attempts to activate them could prove devastating if done in a populated area. The motivations of these collectors are largely unknown. And then there's the NASA cooperation file. Following the NASA FBC coordination agreement of 72, Bureau has provided NASA with numerous technological advancements based on our research, including the black rock lining now found in all spacefaring vessels. In return, all data gathered from space missions is made available for Bureau researchers to analyze. Recently, certain individuals have raised the concern that this relationship does not adequately benefit the Bureau, either intellectually or financially. A thorough examination of the costs accrued by both organizations has shown that the expense of NASA's recent launch of the redacted far outweighs the expense of far outweighs any spending related to the processing and delivering of black rock. From its medium Earth orbit, the redacted will provide the Bureau with unparalleled resources for remote monitoring and photographing AWE sites, a resource that would be lost if the partnership ends. It is the opinion of this committee that maintaining a cooperative relationship with our colleagues at NASA is of vital importance. Okay.
Just before I can catch even a glimpse of anyone or anything.
Right, so anything else in here to read?
Whoever they are, I think. Wait.
I got bathroom. See what this one is.
Reminder, all employees are required to report their hours at the end of each month. The Federal Bureau of Control maintains that time is not subjective, and hours passed on alternative planes cannot be claimed. Astral dives do not accumulate overtime compensation. Thank you for your attention.
Well, that sucks. There's a bathroom. Oh no, I think the other bathroom's over there. That has the box in it.
I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a...
Alright, now let's check this control room up here. Eagle Limited Summary. A train derailment resulting in 62 casualties and numerous injuries was suspected to have been the work of a paracriminal group known as Redacted. As a result of this event, the agents discovered that one of the cars had become altered with a persistent auditory event. It remains to be determined whether the AW was spontaneous or the direct result of sabotage. The Bureau has been tracking said group at the time, and the intel gathered suggests an event of this caliber was imminent in Bloomington. As a result, a response team on site was able to respond to the train's accident site within minutes of its occurrence. They arrived to find emergency processes underway, but also equipment left behind by the suspected group. A suspicious onlooker managed to elude agents after they attempted to make contact. Further investigation of the accident site revealed a curiously undamaged train car that exhibited an altered state when entered. This individual car was secured and transported to the investigation sector for further studies. So I guess we'll be seeing a train car somewhere around here.
My understanding of the darkness is fragmented, incomplete. This abyss, this void, it very much does not wish to be understood. If light symbolizes knowledge, then it stands to reason that darkness would equate to ignorance. By its very nature, it abhors comprehension. Of course, my own nature drives me to comprehend all. We are opposing forces, destined to collide. And given this conflict of natures, we know that the light of truth will burn away the darkness, both figuratively and literally. Any significant light source can be used as protection, even weaponry against this metaphysical gloom. And then there are the artists. I know for a fact that Tom, Wake, the Anderson brothers, and Lane all had some involvement with the darkness. The question is whether their uncanny ability to affect reality through their art beckons the darkness, or did their work perhaps even create it? With Wake now secure in my lodge, I expect I shall grow closer to learning the answers to these questions. Assuming he cooperates, which is proving quite the challenge. Well, perseverance is the foundation of knowledge. Speaking of, I must be off on my rounds.
Alright, so this recording here was taken at one of 2 points in Alan Wake. Either when Alan Wake was, obviously it's after Alan Wake was rescued from the lake, but it's either while he was still unconscious or after the doctor gave Alan Wake a tour and then went off on his own. So the Shadow knows. Supernatural entity A10, aka the Shadow, is an aggressive redaction consisting of 3 known types. Type A, localized manifestation of sentient redaction capable of occupying organic and inorganic material as well as exerting redaction over its surroundings. Type B, shaded individuals, human bodies redacted by the shadow. These individuals become notably more aggressive, but do seem to retain redacted of their previous selves. Research is ongoing as to whether this condition is reversible. Type C, shaded objects, similar to Type B, except that inanimate objects are redacted solely to be used as destructive tools. Each type seems to work towards a shared goal, possibly targeting certain individuals, see ABWE 35, which may imply a shared link to a redacted intelligence. Probably alien intelligence or something like that. Or astral intelligence, perhaps. The threat this entity poses warrants immediate exploration of offensive defensive measures. The investigation sector is being outfitted with additional lighting sources, some internally powered to prepare for the eventuality of redaction, probably invasion. Anything else? So I don't know what this power box fed. Actually, wait, let me double check, make sure there's nothing more up here. I don't know if that power box is needed for that door or not. Let's see if this door is open. No, this door is open. But I don't know what that power box, the first power box, what it provides. All right. Let me see here. So mold, loading vents, AC systems. The missions that the what's the name gave us. Eliminate darkness, eradicate mold, and shine light on plants. So these are all here in investigation section, which we will be doing. Let me see. Any new points? One new point. And I learned the surge. Surge fires adhesive munitions that detonate when manually triggered or their timer expires. So adhesive munitions that detonate. So which is better? Charge or surge? I don't know. Because I know what piercing is. Piercing is supposedly a sniper rifle, which is a pain in the ass because it's technically a charged weapon in that you have to hold down the button and basically build up a charge before you can fire it. This here, I mean, based on it, that's a machine gun of sorts. This here, you know, this is either a rocket. I don't think it's a rocket launcher. I mean, I guess you could consider it a rocket launcher, but I don't think it's guided. This here, adhesive munitions that detonate when manually triggered. I'm wondering how well that would be. Now, what I'm curious on, all right, so is from a mod perspective, this here, these are exclusive to charge. Oh, I'm sorry, that's projectile speed. This is weapon damage, so I could throw that on there. This is evade, cost, weapon kills. Yeah, I don't care about that. In fact, I'll get rid of that because it's ground slam after weapon hits. Yeah, I don't see doing that. That's pierce. That's headshot damage. I don't think there's a symbol. So that's projectile speed. That's charge only. So charge is a triangle. I don't think there's anything exclusive to surge. Well, no, that could use surge. So there, actually, so that could be beneficial. Blast radius. So you do blast radius along with a damage boost. or double damage boost. That's a possibility. I'm tempted to build Surge. I've got the shotgun. The shotgun's okay. Surge could be used if timed properly. You know, you could shoot across, hit somebody, and then when they gather up, you could detonate something perhaps. I'm not sure how many rounds you have for Surge. Yeah, as far as materials are concerned, it's building it would be cheap. I mean, technically, I could construct this. I could construct both of these without any issues. I'm gonna go ahead and construct Surge. Now, as far as upgrading Surge, I don't have that ability yet. So let's go ahead and mod Surge. Oops. Let's go ahead and change Shatter out for Surge. So now the question is, do I do damage or do I do blast radius? Let's do blast radius, okay? Now we're going to go give Surge a test. The Surge has wait, did I equip it? Let me just make sure I equipped it. Yeah. No, that's Shatter. There we go. So press the fire signal, heat some grenade. Press to detonate that grenade. Well, now, so I fire one. Okay, so I can detonate if I'm not aiming. So if I want to do, I have to aim, I can do multiples. This could potentially be beneficial. Let's see if we can cause an earthquake in California. Yeah, I mean, this has potential. Jesus. I think I may have pissed something off. I did. There is a vending machine that's going haywire. I've never seen that before. Well, that's kind of... I've never seen anything like that before, quite honestly. So... I pissed off the vending machine. That's different. Kind of amusing. Makes me wonder if I can do that some more. All right. Well, we learned something new today. You can make things like vending machines come to life and go crazy. I think we may hold on to this one for a while. as far as the weapon in place of shatter. Alright, so we're gonna let me hit this again so it technically saves my location. This is where we're gonna call it for tonight, and we will pick this up on another playthrough. So until then.